opportunity for today's session. Please give me a quick confirmation on the audio check. If my voice is audible loud and clear, you can type yes or no over the chat window, guys. Okay, we will start the session on time and stand on time. Everyone will be on mute mode. Avoid background noise. You may post your queries on the chat window by choosing all participants as the option. You can also request the trainer to unmute you. Queries need more explanation. Queries will get to the trainer post the end of the topic. Okay? And yes, guys, there will be a polling activity in the middle of the session, which is the instant feedback to the trainer in the case of delivery of the trainer. We would be having 10 to 15 minutes break post the polling activity. In the end, okay, many of you are saying that it's not audible. Let me check my audio connection. I hope I'm audible loud and clear now. All right. So guys, I'll be repeating the ground rules once again. We will be starting the session on time and ensure to end it on time. Everybody will be on mute mode to avoid the background noise. You may post your queries on the chat window by choosing all participants as the option. Okay. You can also request the trainer to unmute you in case your queries need more explanation. The questions will be addressed by the trainer post the end of the topic. Okay. Deepali and Suraj, can you please check your audio connection because I find others telling that they can hear me loud and clear. Yeah. Okay, guys. Yes, if you want me to repeat, then please type clearly over the chat window. Do not say that you are not audible or it's breaking and avoid the background noise. Okay. You may post your queries on the chat window by choosing all participants as the option. You can also request the trainer to unmute you in case your queries need more explanation. Okay? Guys, please type okay. I want you to acknowledge. Okay? Please be active throughout the session. Okay? If my voice is breaking, then let me know. I will repeat the same point for you guys. Okay. The queries will be addressed by the trainer post the end of the topic. There would be a polling activity in the middle of the session, which is the instant feedback to the trainer in terms of pace and delivery of the trainer. We would be having 10 to 15 minutes break post the polling activity. Guys, in the end, we would have a question answer hurdle where you may post any queries pertaining to the course, content, and exam. Also, the trainer would brief you on the upcoming topic and how to connect using community or help and support for any queries you may have during and post the training. Okay. In the end, we would have a feedback survey form that would auto-populate on your default browser once you leave the WebEx session. If your experience in the training is highly satisfactory, guys, please do not hesitate to rate us 9 or 10. In case you want to rate us below 9, please share your comments to help us understand what went wrong. I hope everyone is clear with the ground rules. A quick yes would really help me, guys. Great. Okay, thank you for the confirmation, guys. So we have Ravi Mishra as the trainer for the batch. He has been with us since a long time, and we are glad to have him again taking training with us. So let's go ahead and do an audio check with Ravi. Please give me 2 minutes. Okay, I don't find Ravi in the session. Guys, let's wait for another 2 minutes and then we may start, okay? Hi Ravi, can you hear me loud and clear?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible, but your voice is very low, Ravi. Can you please increase the volume?
I think it should be perfect. Is it not
Yeah,
that good?
now it's much better. Okay, guys, I want you to reply, okay? If the trainer's voice is audible loud and clear, then please type yes. All right, guys. Yes, Ravi, please check if you can increase your volume. Otherwise, it's audible, okay? And yes, I have passed you the presenter rights. You can take over the session on time.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thanks
you,
a lot.
Ravi. Thank you, Ravi. Happy learning, guys.
Welcome. Hi, guys. Hi, everyone. Very good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. From wherever you are, you can accept my greetings. Thank you very much. Voice is low. Let me check my audio, please. 1 second. Do I need to speak a bit louder? Please raise voice. Okay. Please speak up. Audio is clear, but very low. Okay. Thank you very much, guys. So I think it should be good now. Okay, great. Okay, good, guys. So thank you, all of you, for joining the sessions. I would like to welcome all of you to this training program. So let me share my screen, and then let me know if you can see my screen, and then we can start from there. Okay. So just hold on 1 second. Just give me 2 minutes, guys. I'll be sharing my screen. Okay. So, just give me 1 minute, guys. Let me quickly set up the things, and then we should be good. Aishwarya, meanwhile, guys, can I request all of you, if you all are okay, can you briefly type about yourself, like what you are currently doing and what made you to join this training and what is your expectations? So three-liners should be enough so that I get an idea like okay, what is your expectations and how what's your plan and all. So if you can type into the chat box, that will be really helpful. So please go ahead, guys. If you can listen me, please go ahead and type about yourself. Good, guys. I can see like lots of you have written, like Barry, Rajesh. Thank you very much. Good to know about you guys. Amar, Krishnan, and Srinivas. Okay, Raja. Good. Brinder, Adappa, Alok. Great, guys. Okay, good. So I see like many of you have written, and I feel like all of you are coming means mostly from an administration's background. Okay, someone is civil engineer and need to change domain. Oh, Kumar, Prashant. I'm a help desk manager. Okay, okay, okay. Great, guys. I see lots of. Okay, I see many of you are coming from a strong IT experience, around 15, more than 15, also 17 years. Kamlesh, okay, good. I see Deepali. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks. Good. Great. I think if you have not typed about yourself, please go ahead, guys. Go ahead and type in the chat box. I can read it and I can get to know about your background, like what exactly you're doing. And please don't forget to write about what is your expectations, like what generally you are looking from this training. Okay, so are we good? My voice is loud and clear. Anyone facing any issues, please do let me know. Is this, is it audible? Is it clear enough? Are we good to start? Can I get a quick thumbs up from everyone, please? Let me know if you all can see my screen, please. Is it visible to everyone? Great. Anyone finding any kind of lag or any issues in audio or the screen? Please do let me know. Okay, great. Great. Good, good. Good, guys. So thank you very much. I would like to welcome all of you once again to this training program. Okay, so as you all know that this is a AZ104 course. Okay, and we are going to talk a lot of things about Microsoft Azure administrations. So before I start the sessions, let's go ahead and let me introduce myself first. Okay. Good. So this is me, guys. My name is Ravi, and I have almost a decade of experience into this IT domain, and I'm a Microsoft certified trainer. I'm conducting trainings from last 6 almost more than 6 years, and I have a specializations in Microsoft Azure. I have worked on multi-cloud, like I'm a multi-cloud architect. I have worked upon GCP, I have worked upon AWS, I have worked upon Ali Cloud and Oracle. Out of all these clouds, my specializations are like expertise is there into the Microsoft Azure. So far, I conducted like more than 50 plus corporate trainings, which covering most of the Azure certifications like AZ 500, AZ 104, AZ 303, 304, so many more. Like so, all those certifications. I'm certified means I have completed almost around 34 plus cloud certifications. I'm an author and I'm very enthusiastic person regarding learning a new technologies like Docker containers, Kubernetes, and so on and so forth. Okay, I'm with Simply Learn from a quite longer time, around I can say from last 4 year. Okay, so yeah, so from last 4 years I'm with Simply Learn and conducting good amount of trainings, like several trainings I keep on conducting. So I'm going to ask about the success rate. Success rate is basically about the feedback what I used to have. So definitely out of 10, there is an NPS score is there. So my performance or my NPS scores used to be 9 or 10. So that's how my success rate is measured. Good. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. Someone is asking where I'm based out. Yes, I'm based out in India. I'm from Pune. No, Pankaj, it's not true. AZ104 is AZ104 only. This 3 or 4 is not yet published, so I can't comment anything on that. Okay. So 303 and 304 is an architect level certifications. So there is no name change uh, with regards to what AZ104. Earlier it was AZ103. Now it's been named as a AZ104. 304 is the architect certifications. No, you don't need anything, guys. So it's a very basic, like administration level training is there. Just requirement prerequisite will be like you need to have some understanding of Microsoft Azure. Like you should know about what the subscription is, what's your resource group is, and so on and so forth. Like basic of the AZ900. If you had already done AZ900, it will be really good. If you have not done, that's perfect. Don't worry about it. Okay, let me talk quickly about the Simply Learn, guys. So Simply Learn is there into this industry from last 9 years, and it having an employee strength of almost 1,000 plus. So far, it globally used to conduct trainings, right? So we covered around 150 plus countries. We go visit, I mean, we move here and there and try to conduct several trainings. Okay. During this pandemic COVID situations, we conducted all the virtual trainings. So that's how we are maintaining into this industry. So we are a big leader into this training business. Okay, we have almost around 2,000 plus uh, industries expertise or experts trainers are there who help us out to uh, drive all the training programs. So this is our roadmap, guys. What you see, like how when we started, so almost 2009 when we started that one, then we moved for the 2011 in the March we done or we added a couple of the certifications regards to PMP. Then in 2012 we achieved a milestone of around 20,000 professionals. We trained we given a training to almost 20,000 professionals. We covered around 50 plus countries. So then 2015 was a great year for us. We moved towards the digital marketing. We started looking or thinking about the digital approach of bringing the revolutions. And then finally in 2016 or 2019, we achieved eighth rank in the global education list or educational company. We stood eighth rank from the LinkedIn. Okay, on the basis of the LinkedIn rating, we got eighth. Now, one of our, as you all know, Simply Learn is one of the online training company, or it's a training uh, brand into the industry. Okay, so this is a brief about Simply Learn for you guys. So those who don't know about the Simply Learns, they can simply go on the Google and search about it. You will find complete informations about Simply Learn. So this is the top achievement. In 2018, we were a gold C winner, and in 2000, like 20 or 18, top 20 companies in the top 20 list. In the top 20 companies, we were standing 20th rank in terms of online training libraries or online training uh, companies. Again, we got training industry in the IT training also. We stood 20th in the year 2017. So these are all a couple of the achievements or the awards which we have received during these years. So these are some of the product, some of the uh, some of the key things you can expect from Simply Learn. So we are into this training business. So we provide training on data and artificial intelligence. We help in terms of product and process, like you can have project management trainings, you can have some Scrum trainings, right? You can have your quality management trainings. and then you have some cloud computing trainings, DevOps, cybersecurity, mobile software development. There are n number of the trainings we keep on conducting on all these segments. So even we conduct a couple of the trainings on marketing, like how you can increase your business, how you can perform the digital marketing. We conduct trainings on the Salesforce. So you can go to you can visit to our website. You can find a lot of the informations. What are all the trainings? What are all things we used to provide? So this will be your flow, like what exactly we are going to complete this entire course or entire training. Okay, so definitely we will means we are providing you an access. You have an LMS access. From there, you can means you can open it using your mobile devices. You can access it from anywhere. There is a self-guided materials is present for all of you. You can go and you can read that one. You can listen the videos. There is a like I'm already here to help you out in terms of learning, right? There is a hands-on lab. There is an assignment, and then there are a couple of the quizzes. You can practice it, and then finally we have some project work for you. So you can go through the project work, and definitely once you complete all these things, you will find yourself like you are standing at far away from what you were earlier before joining this training, and what you are presently getting it once you completed the training. Okay, so mostly we'll be try to focus more on the hands-on lab, more on the practical approach, practical learnings. Okay, and that will be helping. Okay, and finally you can go and write your certification of AZ104. I will tell you on the last day how you can book your exam, how you can appear for your the exam, what's the tips and tricks for the exam. Everything will be shared with you. Okay, so some of the ground rules, I think it's already been shared to all of you. Okay, so you just like as you can see, like we have quite a good number of people are there into this batch. So I would be appreciating everyone to be on time. You can type your queries on in the chat box, and during the break, like after 2 hours, we are definitely going to have a break for 15 minutes, and then we are good. And feedback is always welcome, and Q&A. So you can type your questions. We'll try to answer it. Okay. And if you need to speak to me, just let me know. I can unmute you, and then you can ask your queries. Okay. So Simplilearn is a global brand. You can visit, you can find us on Facebook, Twitter, Google, YouTube. So you can go and check all of us. Good. So that's a brief about me and about Simplilearn. Now let's go ahead and quickly know about the course content, guys, what we are planning to cover. Yes, I see lots of the questions are coming. Okay. Am I correct in saying is it 10? Okay. I'm just going through some of the questions, guys. Meanwhile, I don't see 301. Okay, tire replacement is 304. Yes, okay. Some of the on-premises daily challenges faced by AZ admin here. Okay. See, I can't commit anything about the on-premises, but definitely you are going to learn a lot of the stuff. I mean, learning about, let's say, about the Windows, about your Linux servers, right? So you will learn, but I will not be saying like you will be learning a lot of things about operating systems related stuff, because we are here to learn more of the Microsoft Azure. Okay, so we will try to stick to our topic. Yes, Salman. Uh, yes, there is one project is there. Kamlesh, for that one, you can reach out to your relationship manager of Simplilearn. I believe you must have their contact detail. So if you need any means any support or any questions, if you have, please raise it. Okay, just tell them they can means they can help you out, or they can come back to me, and then I can tell them the solutions or what's the problem or anything like, right? Recorded sessions will be there, so you don't need to worry about it. Okay, so you will get that recorded session. Okay, great guys. So I see demand for the ops and the architect role. So demand is very high, guys. I'll quickly give you an idea like why we are learning. Yeah, I'll walk you through that. Srinivas, just give me a while, please. Hold on. Okay, guys, I'm just not reading your chat anymore. Please let me quickly go and jump on to your LMS portal. Like, I believe you all must have joined from this page, okay? And if you go here, there is a self-learning. So you'll find all sort of the informations here. There is a pre-recorded video is there. You can go through that one. Like you can go through this course introductions, then your identity, governance and compliance, right? So this is the lesson number 1 and 2 like that is there. We will go and one by one we'll be covering all this. Okay. So if you want, you can start, like let's say for an example, if I want to see this one about the identity introductions, this is a self-paced learning is there. So there is a pre-recorded video is there, so you can go through it. So whenever you get time, you can just visit and spend some time on it. Okay, then you have this live class. I think you all know about it. So live class is the one which is currently going on, right? So you can go and simply join it from there. So then you have this practice lab. So this is your practice lab is there. So in the practice lab, you are already getting how you can launch your servers, right? So like these are some of the limitations are there, and ensure that you are using these resources carefully, guys. Okay, so here it's clearly mentioned what to do, what not to do. Okay, so kindly try to follow this. I believe everyone will try to adhere to it. Okay, because if you see here, okay, so please don't use this for your commercial or personal use. Okay, and this will be available for 300 minutes, 5 hours during the sessions. So per session, since today we are starting the session, so 5 hours it is available for you to do the labs or practice. So everything you can do it from this window. So these are all the servers. These are all what you like, what type of the servers, which locations you can provision it. So kindly ensure that you go and provisions on provisions in these locations only. So I'll be walking you through. I'll be telling you like when to do what sort of the labs. So don't worry about that one. Okay. As of now, you can go and you can just try to adhere to it and follow this a couple of the nodes. So once you're done with your lab, if you want, you can just get rid of it or just delete that one. Okay. Good. So this is how you can do your practice lab, and then you see here there is an assessment. You can find this assessment here in your tab. Okay, so there is a problem statement. So this is your project is there. Okay, you need to submit this project. So this project, kindly ensure that you are targeting or you are making a goal of achieving this project. Okay, so let me make this. Yeah. So kindly try to read it, try to understand like, okay, what is the requirement is there. So this is the project is there. And once you're done with it, you need to submit this project, and the evaluation will be done later on. Okay, so you just need to submit this. While submitting, I'll just tell you what all things will be required. So when you click on the submit options, you will find all this, like your write-up, like what you have done, what was your approach, what was your idea, right? You can perform that one. If you have some screenshots, you can add that one. You have some coding, so you can write that code like PowerShell script, your Azure CLI or ARM template. If you have used that one, you can just put it here. Or you have some comment for us, you can put it here, and then you can submit this project. So once you submit this project, someone will evaluate it from the Simplilearn, and then the score will be reflecting on your LMS page. So far, so good. Anyone having any sort of questions about LMS? So here you see like Simplilearn is going to provide you this certificate, and the criteria to achieve or criteria to get this certificate from the Simplilearn is you need to complete 85% of self-learning videos, or you need to complete at least like 80% of that. Okay, minimum is this one is the requirement, and once you complete that one, then you will be getting a certificate from the Simplilearn. Perfect. So far, so good, guys. Anyone having any sort of questions? Anything? Uh, okay, Don, no problem. So you can reach out to the technical associate. I think Aishwarya is there, right? So you can ask her mail ID and get in touch with her. Okay. How can we get relationship manager contact? Okay, so that's a good question. Brinder, you are not audible. Dipali, am I not audible, guys? Well, simply I've been shooting the exam too. Ashok, I'll be walking you through the exam, but scheduling the exam, I'm not sure like whether Simplilearn used to do this or not. Okay, and what type of contract you had done with the Simplilearn. I'm not sure about that part, but I will be guiding you. You can go and personally book that exam. Okay, I can guide you like how you can uh, schedule the exam. Okay. Due date of this project, as such, no due date. Okay, but once we complete this entire course, then expectation will be like you should submit your project in a week time. Okay, once we complete the course. So course completions will be taking, don't worry, it's going to take a month of time, right? So you have good amount of time, and you will be able to solve this problem once you have a good knowledge, a good information. Not now, Raja. If you want, if you are expert and you want to do it, please go ahead. You can do it, no problem. But if you don't know, please, I will suggest, please spend some time, and then then only submit this project. I was told I have to complete live class to get the certificate. Yes, you need to complete the plus live class plus you need to complete this self-learning. So both of them you have to combine. So self-learning is important. Live class you are already attending, right? Okay, great, guys. So I see like have answered all of the questions. If I forgot to answer any questions, please put in the chat box. I will try to give you a quick answer of it. Okay. The rest about the write-ups, I see a couple of people have asked about the write-ups. Don't worry about that one. I'll be helping you out. I'll be telling you like what you are supposed to do, how you are supposed to do, and everything. Okay. So let's go with the flow first. We will come back and we'll be discussing about this. So don't worry about all this thing. Okay, great. So, shall we move on quickly? So, let's move on and try to know like what is the course content we are planning to cover. Let's go ahead quickly to that one. So, AZ104. Just type that one. If I type this AZ104, so you'll find this. This is the Microsoft provided course content, and we are going to stick to that course content. So this is the course content is there. You can download this course content directly from this website. Even we had already published this course content on our Simply Learn LMS website. You can go and get that one from there as well. Okay, so this is your course content is there, and if you see here, recently it got changed. This exam got updated on 27th of January. So this got recently updated. So here we go. Like you have the weightage are there. Like you can see here, you have Azure Identities and Governance, okay, which is covering around 15 to 20%. Then moving further, you have like RBAC subscriptions, governance. Then your storage part. Your storage part is almost around 10 to 15%. Then in the storage, like files here, blob storage, Azure storage, then compute resources. You see here 25 to 30%. So this is very, very important. Like around 25 means weightage is quite good, right? So 25 to 30% is the weightage is there. Then moving to this, in this one compute section, we will talk about virtual machine. We will understand about AKS, ACI, app service plans, app service. Okay. Yeah, so you can read it, right? So here you have about the backups. So you have this high availability. You see here for the VM, high availability is scalability. Then again for the VM backup, I'll show you like how you can take the backup of it. The networking is also a major portion of it. If you see here, almost 30 to 35% major. So in terms of the certifications, if you target, let's say for example, if you're good with this compute and networking, you should easily able to crack your exam. Okay. So here backup. So in the backup, we're just having a weight of around 10 to 15%. So we are going to talk about monitor. We are going to talk about the backup and the recovery. So I will show you like how you can take the backup from the virtual machines and how you can restore it back. So you can refer to the latest change. The latest change is this one. So I don't see much changes. So there is some changes in terms of this one where you find the blob life cycles management. So this is one of the changes there which I can see here. Then again, another thing is rest of the things are not changed. Only these things are there which got changed recently. Yes, Sanjit, definitely you will. Cool. So here we go. I'm giving you this URL, guys. You can go. Okay, one more thing. During the sessions, I'll try my best to share you a couple of the like Microsoft Documents URL. So hopefully you all should be okay in copying it or just saving this URLs or bookmarking these URLs, which I'm sharing with all of you. So hopefully everyone okay, so far so good. What about my pace? What about my speed? Like, are you guys finding it's tough to follow or smooth enough? Can you create G Drive, share with us? Uh, I will suggest like if you can save these URLs because I used to take those URLs during the runtime itself. Okay, so if you can save it or you can bookmark it, that will be really good. Okay, just speak up a little bit. You kind of start okay, then fade away. Is it my voice is not that loud enough, guys? Because I'm using a headset, so that headset is quite good. Is it not coming good? Clear, right? Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'm speaking too much louder. I don't used to speak that loud, but still. Okay, great, guys. So I think so far so good. Everyone should be great. I mean, feeling great to start, right? So let's go ahead and try to move ahead and try to see like what we are planning to cover today. Okay. So first topic of the day, let's take that one. So let's everyone, if you all good, you can go to this, right? So there is a cell pace and lesson number 2, identity. So we are going to start with this identity. Okay, so let's move ahead and start with this one. Everyone okay with it? Okay. But before I start the sessions, let me give you a quick walkthrough of Azure portal so that you'll get to know where to go and where to find what. Okay. So why I'm walking you through this, guys? Because many of you would be joining, or many of you not be knowing about the Microsoft Azure. So let's take everyone together. Let's know about Microsoft Azure portal and let's get ourselves familiarized with this web portal so that it could be easy for you to go and start doing all sort of the labs and everything. Okay. So you are already getting that URL in the LMS page, but globally, if you need to access that one, then this is the URL is there, guys. Portal.com. So using that URL, you can access it. Okay. So I haven't opened that lab server. I'm just directly showing you. Yeah. So many of you had already given, so that's perfect. Thanks. So portal.azure.com is the URL is there. Using this, you can log in using your live account or Microsoft account. If you already have the Microsoft account, you can use that one and you can log into this page. So this is basically what? This is a Microsoft Azure portal. So it's a SaaS product, SaaS offering from the Microsoft. It's a cloud, right? So we call it as a cloud. Why we call it as a cloud, guys? Because it's hosted into some other data centers. It is controlled by the Microsoft or some other vendors, you can say. It is controlled by them. We don't have the control to reach out to the data center and see like how it look like and how is it. But I'm going to give you a virtual walk, how or what is present inside the data center, like how Microsoft is keeping the things inside the Microsoft data centers. I'll give you a virtual tour of it. So here we go. Once you log into this page, you will find something like this. Now I'll start from my right hand side top corner. On my right hand side top corner, if you see, this is my, like, if you see my directory, my mail ID, my name, it's showing like this, right? So it's showing here. Then here, if you go in the next, there is a feedback. If I need to pass on some feedback to the Microsoft, I can just put it here and then I can submit that feedback to the Microsoft. Okay, so any suggestions is there for the Microsoft, please feel free to raise it. And there is one more channel is there, a community is there where you can go and find, you can raise a request, any new services. If you want to have any new features into this Azure portal, please go ahead and raise it on this. Just type user voice Microsoft, you'll find that one. Go to that page and then raise it. So you can provide your feedback. Just provide that feedback there, and then you're good. So there is a feedback URL, user voice URL is there where you can raise a request of getting any new features or new services, right? So you can raise it there. Good. Now move to this next. Here you have help menu. You can go and raise a ticket with the Microsoft. So if you find that you need some technical supports, so you can raise it with them. So technical supports is not something for free, okay? So they are charging that one for you. So if you just search Microsoft support model, you'll find that one. There are some support plans are there. So as a customers, we need to go and buy that one. So there are 4 types of the plans are there. If you see here, so these are all the plans are there. Okay. So here you have basic, developer, standard, professional, direct. So those customers who are falling under the enterprise agreement, EA. So if they are taking an enterprise agreement subscriptions, they mostly would be preferring to have this professional, direct, or standard type of the support plan. Okay. So this is there in the AZ900 guys, but still I'm just giving you a quick walkthrough so that those who are very new, they can get an idea or they can get to know about it. What is free to avoid costing in portal? Nothing is free, Rohit. Okay, so that's the support plan. Rest other Microsoft give you an option of reaching out to them through Twitter, through LinkedIn, through Facebook. You can go and ping them. Okay, you can raise a request, and definitely they can help you out. Yeah, Rajesh, they do. Okay. Now, moving to this, there is a bell icon. This bell icon is nothing but your notifications. So this will let you know what activity you have done and everything, like what are all the activity you have done. It will show you in this notifications. This is your filter account. You can go and filter. So if you have n number of the subscriptions, please go ahead and filter it the right subscription from here. Okay. Next to this, there is a Cloud Console. This is a Cloud Shell. So this is a CLI. Using this terminal, we can perform any operations which we are doing it from the portal. Okay. So there are command line interface. It's having both Bash and PowerShell. We can use this and execute some of our commands. Some of the commands which is already there, which already got published by the Microsoft, we can use that one and we can simply run that one. From that directly, we can run it from here. We don't need to log in because it's directly authenticating to the Azure. You see here. So yeah. Cool. On my center, in my center, if you see there is a search box. Now what the search box is? The search box is basically, let's say for example, I'm talking about a virtual machine. So simply we can search it. Make a practice of searching it within this box, guys. So this box, Microsoft has, this search box, Microsoft had designed in such a way so that it will take you to the services, it will take you to the resource groups, documentations. So I would be encouraging all of you, please go ahead and read the documentations. So suppose for an example, if I'm planning to create a virtual machine and I don't know anything about the virtual machines, don't forget to click on this. Press Control, click on it. it will open a new tab for you where you can read the documentations. Okay, you can read about that. Okay, what this service is basically doing for you, how you can create it, everything. Right? You can read it from there. Okay, so this search box is quite good. Now, moving on the left-hand side, in my left-hand side, if you see here, in my left-hand side, there is a create resources there, and then home, dashboard, all services. So these menus or this items are coming in my taskbar here, right? So let me erase it. So if I want to deploy any service within Microsoft Azure, I just need to click on this create a resource and I can start creating it from here. Okay, so this is Marketplace. So you all know, I believe you all must be using Android phone, iOS phone, and you all must have downloaded any applications from those Play stores or app stores, right? So similar way, Microsoft Azure has also kept Azure Marketplace, and from that marketplace you can download what you want. Download means you can get that service and you can create that service from here. Okay, they also have categorized. If you see here, like if I want to provision a virtual machine is falling under this compute. If I want containers categorization is there, so I can get the container services. If I want some developers tools, I can get that one from here, DevOps, identity, integrations, IoT, like that. So I can keep on going and exploring it. Okay. Now, if you try to compare this Microsoft Azure services with other clouds like AWS or GCP or Ali or Oracle, correct? So you will find Microsoft is having highest services, means they're having almost around, I can say, near about 200 plus, what I know, like 200 plus services are there. So Microsoft is having 200 plus services, which is way ahead as compared to AWS or GCP. Okay. Fine. Now moving to this here, if you see next to this, there is a home button is there. You can change these settings. If I want to do change the settings on the right hand side, you see here there is a setting tab is there, setting icon is there. Just click on it. You can change the settings. Like if I want to change something specific to my home page, I can change it, colors, themes, right? So based upon your choice, you can keep that one. So I keep this one as a default because this is this one I like it. If you want to change, you can change. You can keep it what suits to you. Okay. And here you have this language in regions. I will not be encouraging you to make any changes into it until unless you are knowing that local region, okay, local language. If you are already knowing Spanish, French, or anything, then only, or Chinese, then only make changes to it. Because if you will change that one, the portal appearance will change. So please avoid this changing until unless you know that language. Don't change it. Okay, good. So about this dashboard is mainly used for the monitoring, guys. When we will discuss about the monitoring at that time, I'll show you like how you can design this dashboard. Okay, right now it's a blank one. So I can make it like a full screen like this, and I can publish it. Means I can project it. If I'm using a projector, means I want to put it on a larger screen, I can do it in this way. So that anyone want to monitor any specific metrics or specific parameters, they can monitor that one. Great. Next, here you have the all services. So you will find the list of all services. Just click on this all. You will find all the services which are there within the Microsoft Azure. So learning all these services, it's something very, very difficult, I can say, because learning is simple, but expertise means you can't be an expertise in all of this, right? Because if you see here, so many. So for a single person to be expertise in all of this will be very difficult. Okay, I can't say they can, means there cannot be a person, but yeah, of course, but it's too many, right? Out of that, definitely we are going to talk more about the IaaS, more about the PaaS. We are going to talk more about uh, like infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, right? So we are going to talk n number of the services during this entire sessions. Good. So anything, if you see here, like the favorites. So just what you need to do, if I want to add any of the services into my favorite list, suppose this one, user privacy, right? So if I want to add that one, just take your cursor to that user privacy, and then here you go. You see this, just click on this. Automatically it will get added into this, into your favorite. So this is just for your shortcut. It's a kind of the shortcuts, you can say. You can drag and drop and you can adjust it. So like your desktop shortcut. So if I click on this, applications gateway suppose, or virtual networks, or cost management, automatically it will be routing me to that specific service. Okay. Any questions anyone have about Azure portal, like about Azure portal? Any specific questions anyone have about Azure portal? Yeah, Devanshu, once you create it for the first time, it will be definitely asking you for the storage account. So no need to worry. It will be creating a storage account for you. Just click on OK and you can proceed. Okay. Can I remove also? Yes. Do we need to create the Microsoft account? No. Any recommendation of creating account MFA? Yeah, Barry, we will be discussing about that one. Anyone have, do we need to create a Microsoft account for this course? No. You don't need to create anything, guys. Already you are getting access through the LMS. Okay, so you don't have to do anything. I'm just giving you a walkthrough. There is a learning portal is there. You can do this practice lab from here. Okay, so if you want, you can create it. From my end, you don't require to create any kind of the account. You just need to launch this lab, guys. That's all. Okay, so far so good. Anyone have? It's already mentioned, Debojit. Yes, Rekha. Thank you. Yes, Rahul, you can finish. Don't worry about it. Okay. So I think we should be good now. Uh, uh, okay, let me take a quick 1 minute break, guys, and then we should start. Okay, just hold on. Barry, I don't, I'm not having a coffee, guys. Sorry. I was just taking some hot water. So that's why I kept myself on mute and I requested to take, I requested for a 1 minute short break for me. Okay? Thank you, Barry. Okay. Okay, good, guys. Great. Okay. So, mm, I'm just looking for something. Just give me 1 minute. Just hold on for a while, guys. Okay, 1 minute. Let me give a call to Aishwarya. Just hold on. Yes, can you hear me now? Sorry. My mistake. I'm audible now? Okay. So, let's start then. So I will go and I'll start with this identity, right? Now, what is there in the identity? Let's go ahead and try to talk about that one. Now, first, I'm going to start with the this identity access management. Means I will start talking about a role-based access control. Okay, what exactly this role-based access control is there, how you can have that role-based access control. Then I'm going to talk about the Active Directory, like what exactly this Active Directory is. I will try to show you the migrations as well, like if it is possible, if the time permits, then I'll try to show you a couple of the things about the Active Directory, like how you can Azure Active Directory, not on-premise Active Directory, how you can create the group, how you can create the users, how you can define in rules and all. Okay, so that part we are going to cover in this module. So here we go. Like, let's move ahead. So when I'm talking about identity means I'm going to talk specific about the services of Microsoft Azure. So it's about Azure Active Directory, about your RBAC. Okay, so we will start looking into those SaaS product or those services. But before I go and start that topic, as I mentioned, as I told you, like I'll give you a walkthrough of Azure virtual data centers, right? So how Azure virtual data centers look like is this one. So if you search, simply search Azure virtual data center tour. Okay. If you Google it, you'll find there is a video is already there. You can take care. Means you can have a look. So this is the one is there. Or if you want, you can open any of this, right? You can just take a look from here, take a guided tour of the Microsoft data centers, like how the data centers look like, right? You will get an idea from there. And this URL, I'm going to share it with you. You can have a look this one. Whenever you get some spare time, please go ahead and watch this video. How securely they have built all their data centers, and how your data is secured inside the data center, right? And what size of the data center is, how big it is. You will find all sort of information from this virtual tour. We are doing this virtual tour because means, might be many of you had already seen the data centers, like how the data centers look like. Many of you may not have seen the data centers, how exactly the data centers look like, right? So that's why I'm sharing you this URL. Okay, so please take a look when you get time. And this URL is also there. So where you will find they are discussing about Microsoft Data Center. Okay, so far so good. Great. So now let's jump onto our actual topic, right? So let's move ahead and start our topic. So first and foremost, I'm going to talk about identity, and within that identity, I will I will start with within the identity. I'm going to start with Active Directory first. So let's move ahead and try to understand what exactly this Active Directory is. So, anyone want to talk about Active Directory? Anyone having any sort of experience, and anyone want to talk about Active Directory, like what exactly this Active Directory is? I can unmute you. I can give you an opportunity to speak. Anyone want any? Can you please put the link in the chat? Okay. Don, you want to speak? Okay, let me check if I can unmute you. Do I have the privilege? I don't see. What's your name? Tough to find you. Centralized way of managing all the objects. Okay, great. Good. Good, guys. So, users info. Okay, great. Any other comment from anyone? Resources. What is the Active Directory? So Active Directory is basically, you can say, a brain of IT infrastructure. So when I'm saying a brain of IT infrastructures, what is the functionality of a brain? So brain used to control, right? Brain used to guide you, like, okay, what actions you need to do, what actions you should not do, what you should perform, this and that, everything. So in this case, when I'm saying identity access management, so it play a very significant role into that one, right? Let's say, for example, these two persons are there, right? Both of them recently joined this company, let's say, for an example, abc.com. Now, when they join this company, this person is a network guy, suppose, okay, and this person is a, let's say, for an example, this is a database guy, okay, database. Now, these two users, when they join this abc.com company, then their credentials, their name should be there in this recommends in this company, right? In this profile, they should have, let's say, this here, suppose Rohit is the person who joined here. Let's say Ravi is a person who is joined as a database administrator, and here Rohit is the person who joined as a network administrator. Now, what happened? Like when they joined, right? When they onboarded, into the company, they will get an email ID, right? They will get an identity. They will get a email ID, right? So let's say something rohit@abc.com, ravi@abc.com, something like that. The company name will be there, their identity will be there. So that's the users, means basically their users account used to get created. Now what happened in the Active Directory, it used to store this information, store this credentials, store this users account plus their passwords, right? So the passwords, their accounts, like this, your printers, right? So if you have printers in your organizations, that's also will be domain join. Suppose that record will also be stored here, right? Your um, um, anything like which is domain specific or domain joins are there which you want to control, correct? Then we can use this Active Directory. So Active Directory is basically a what? It's a service, or it's a just it's a brain of IT infrastructure where you can control complete identity access management, right? So you can store all sort of the resources, and in the Active Directory, we used to store it in the hierarchical structure, guys. So in the hierarchical structures means there will be forest, there will be domain, there will be like that, like, right? So you have forest, let's say, then you have your domain, then you have some trees, right? So like that. So you have this type of the structure as there in your Active Directory. Your Active Directory supports some of the like protocols, like you have LDAP, okay, you have Kerberos, okay, NTLM. So right now I'm talking about your on-prem Active Directory, guys. I'm talking about on-premises Active Directory. Now, now I'll start talking about Azure Active Directory, like what is there in the Azure Active Directory. Okay. Now, this is about your on-prem Active Directory. If I want to, let's say for an example, if I want to allow my users, suppose I want to have a single sign-on, or I want to allow my users, suppose this person, a person is there who should get authorized or authenticated to this application. Suppose for an example, WebEx is one of the application is there where I want to allow my abc.com users to get logged into this WebEx without entering any sort of credential of the WebEx and all, right? We want simple, let's say single sign-on. Like with your organization credential itself, I should able to log in this WebEx, right? So all the authorization or all the authentications is happening here. And if this WebEx, suppose I want to use it from the cloud platform itself, then in that scenario, I can go ahead and I can use Azure Active Directory, right? So what is this Azure Active Directory, guys? So Azure Active Directory is uh, Azure Active Directory is basically a SaaS product, SaaS offering from the Microsoft Azure. So it is a software as a service. Fine. Now this active, like your on-prem Active Directory, this is also holding the resource informations like your users informations, your users credentials or identities getting stored inside this Azure Active Directory. All authorizations and authentications will be done or performed by this Azure Active Directory. Now the differences in between your on-prem and this Azure Active Directory, on-prem Active Directory and Azure Active Directory is this. Azure Active Directory not having any kind of hierarchical structure. It is a flat structure. You will find everything on a single line itself. Okay, you have this flat structures there. In your Azure Active Directory, as I mentioned, it's a software as a service, right? So it's having a flat structure. It's not having any hierarchical structures. It don't support any kind of this LDAP or Kerberos or NTLM like type of the protocols. Okay, so Azure Active Directory having their own defined protocols, like they support uh, some of the uh, single sign-on options are there, like OAuth, right? So that option is there. So they support that one. SAML is there. Okay. So they support that approach. That's a single sign-on approach are there. That protocols are there. It support Microsoft Graph API is there. Microsoft Graph. So it support that one. Okay. So that's a brief about your Azure Active Directory. Now, let's go and try to see how we can create a users and how we can create a group. Okay. Now let me quickly show you a quick demo of it, guys. So what do you need to do? So first thing and foremost, you need to go to your portal.azure.com, then go to this Active Directory. Here you will find the users group, right? So here you have the users. Let's go and try to create the user first. So the first and the foremost user. So how to create the user? Here you can create the users from this page, new user, or you can invite a guest user. So when I will invite this guest users, that will be a B2B, like business to business. Okay, I can invite them, means any person who is working into some XYZ company, and suppose that ABC company want to invite that XYZ company, just go ahead and invite that new guest user. Okay. Here you have some couple of more options, guys. What you see, like you have bulk operations. You can perform bulk edit, bulk invite, bulk delete, bulk create. Okay. So you suppose you are going to work into this Active Directory profile. You want to import thousands of the users uh, to your Azure Active Directory. Please go ahead and add them like this. Okay. You can add them. Now, if you see here, you find here there are a couple of different user principal names is reflecting here. Okay, here one domain is this one, another one is this one. You see here. So why this two types of the domain is coming here? So what generally is needed when I take first time when I take a subscription from the Microsoft Azure, if I want that my company domain should be reflecting here, then you should go and create a records. Okay. Now here you find this custom domain name, and in this custom domain name you are supposed to add your custom domain. Let's say for example you are coming from a abc.com, right? Just add that domain here. If you click on add this domain, for an example, let's say bsc.com. Suppose this is my domain is there. This domain I have purchased it from GoDaddy or any website, right? Even from Microsoft also you can go and buy any domain. So suppose I purchase this domain, just go and add this domain. Once you click on this add this domain, here you will find like it's asking you to create this records. So these records you are supposed to create where? In your DNS server. Okay. So this DNS server means the domain, means from where you took the domain. Let's say for an example, if I took this abc.com, means bsc.com from GoDaddy, right? If I've taken that one, GoDaddy will provide you an account or user page. They will provide you a landing page where you can go and configure your DNS records. So you need to enter the type of the record will be the text record. Just put all these values like alias and the host name, and then your destinations, and then your TTL time, and then we are good. So it may be taking around 4 to 24 hours to get your domain verified and registered. Okay, it may be taking around that much of time. Nowadays, might be Microsoft had reduced that time frame, and it may get quickly done in just 30 minutes or 40 minutes or whatever is there. Okay. Cool. So this is how you can verify, and then you are done. So once you add it, so it will be available to you like this. So you can make this which one you want. Suppose I want to make this one as a primary or secondary, whichever you have, right? So one is the default one. This one is I'm getting it from the Microsoft. So whenever you log in, you will find like on Microsoft.com, that will be coming as a default one, right? If I want to make it as a primary, just go and switch it to the primary. Done. Yes, MX records are used for the mailbox. Correct, guys? Okay. So done with it. Now let's try to create one user. So I'm just creating a simple user here. Just let's go ahead and create that new user. Okay. So I'm just creating here. If you see, I can select which domain I want. I can select that one. So I'm selecting one of the domain, this one, right? So for an example, I will take one of the name. Okay. So let's say for example, Rick. Okay. IN Rick M. So suppose this is the username I'm giving it. So I will say, for example, name is Rick and Rick Matt. Okay. And I can put again this, done, right? So here you're getting a couple of more options, guys. You can generate your password or let me create the password. So you can select this option or you can choose this option. So it's up to you. If you want to see the password, just click on it, then we are good. Fine. If I want to put them in some specific groups, I can put them into the group. I will not put them right now. I will put it later on. Okay. So I will say, let's say for an example, the person is an architect and the department is, let's say for an example, Simplilearn. Okay. So this is the department is there. Yes. Okay. And company is again like a cloud company. Good. Done. Create. And if we want to select managers, we can select the managers as well. Now that user got created, we can simply search for that user, Rick Matt. Yeah. Okay, let's search IN Rick. Okay, so this person is there. So we can search that person. So this person, and if you see, this is the identity, or this is the object ID got created, and this is his UPN. UPN means your, it could be your mail ID, it could be anything. If you see here, so this is how is there, right? Now just remember it, guys. If I'm going to use this Active Directory and I want to have n number of the different services in this Active Directory, because this users group and all something I'm getting it in the free or basic. But if I want more, then I need to go and procure the licenses of it. So there are different licenses of Active Directories are there. So here you can find that information. So just give me a couple of minutes, guys, and then I think I should be good enough to give you a break. Like your basic, your Office 365, then you have your premium licenses like P1, P1, P3, right? And then you have your mobility licenses, okay? Yeah, E3 or E5 licenses are also there. So here you will find Active Directory licenses, okay? So you can go and read this blog. So in this blog, it's clearly mentioned like what are all the licenses are there and how you, not how you can, but what features you are getting it within that license. Okay. Yes, Devojit, that user creation is not enabled, right? So because this is a very new course, so I think they will they will be enabling it, but I can't assure you right now. Okay, they have kept that one disabled, so that's why even I'm also showing you from my personal account. Invite the user. Yeah, of course, it's easy. Just go and invite any users, whomsoever you want. So simply go and guest, type new guest user, type that one. Suppose I want to invite Rick, just type his mail ID. That's all. So suppose Rick @ simplylearn.com. Suppose done. Okay, done. Just type his name. That's enough. Okay, invite. Now, once you invite this person, he should open his mail ID and accept your invitation. Once he accepts that one, then it will start reflecting to you like this, okay? And the member will be shown as a guest. No, that feature is not there. I don't see that one, that you can limit any user, guest user. But you can perform some sort of settings, means you can control their level of the access, means how long they can access. At least we can design it, means we can define it, some policies we can put it, but not directly through this portal. Okay, we can restrict them using some policies, not through the portal, guys. They're not through this direct portal. Okay, great, guys. So I think everyone should be okay with it. So after the break, I'm going to show you about a group, okay, how we can create a group. We will see that one. So let's take a quick break. But before you all go for a break, just let me give you a quick poll where you can tell me like how is everything going on so far, and then you can go for a break. So I need a 5 minute more, and then you can quickly go for a break, please. So can you confirm, guys, like you all can see a polling? No, I can't see any poll. And just hold on once again. What's the problem then? I just opened the poll questions. Is it not showing? Hi guys, can you all see? Hello, everyone. I'm audible. So everyone back? Bari, I'm back. Okay. So until until he comes back. Huh? Okay. You want me to use the timer, guys? Okay. I'll do. No problem. Cool. Let me share my screen then. Okay. Let's continue further. So I believe no one having any sort of questions, and we should be good. Let me share my screen. Let me know if you all can see. Is it visible? Yes. Good. Thanks. Okay. So before going on a break, we just seen like what is Active Directory, and then we created this user, and even we seen like how we can invite the guest users. Correct. Now let's go ahead and quickly discuss about this group. So what is there in the group, guys? So group means basically it's a logically grouping of a user's account, right? Or logically grouping of all the object IDs. What the object IDs I have, let's say for example, if I have some service principals are there, I can put them into the group. So why we are creating the group? So that it could be easy for us to grant an access or to control their level of the access. Okay. So like if some common access I want to give to some bulk number of people, I can just assign an access to that group, right? So for an example, let's say in this way. If I need to give an access, suppose there are, suppose there are 4-5 people are there, okay? So what I'll do, and if they all, let's say for an example, they all are from a network team, right? So I will create one group with the name, let's say network group, okay? And then on what I'll do, I'll give an access at the network group level. So if I'll give an access at the network group level, everyone who will be there inside this group, they all will get that access. Okay. So let's go and try to create one group here. So I'm going to show you quickly how to create a group. So here you have a group options. Just go to that page, and then here you are getting an option of selecting your security or Microsoft Office 365. So this Office 365 is basically your DL, distribution list. Like you guys would be having some operation email ID and all, right? So if you have some email ID, you can use this one, right? So it will be like a group mail ID, distribution list. But right now we are going to use the security. Security means I'm going to give some access to this group. So I'm just creating a security group. Okay. Now, for example, I will say simply learn group. Fine. I'm going to use this one and simply learn. Fine. So this is just a group name and the group descriptions. I'm just giving that one. What is this? SG and DG. What is the DG? DG is distribution group. SD you are talking, that's a security group, right? I'm just creating that security group. Or dynamic, or sorry, you are talking about the static and dynamic. Is that one? So here, so let me continue, and then I will come back and answer all your questions. So most probably you will get all your answers here itself. So if you see, right now I'm creating this group, okay, and here you see the membership type is assigned. Now what is this? So there is two options. Either I assigned it manually, or either I write some query, okay, and define. Let's say for an example, if the new member who had joined, his department or function, suppose department equals to suppose, let's say IT. If I'm saying the person who had joined within the IT department, they all should go and be a part of the security group. Okay, so that is something called as a dynamic group. Okay, so if I define this type of query, or if I can define such like some queries, I can define it. Remind, okay, pick me some. What's this? Let me quickly raise this, guys. Just hold on. Okay, pick time at that's fine. Let's stop it at 40. Okay, done. Okay, let's create. So I just created this Simplilearn group. Now let's go and add users inside this group. Now what I'll do, if I go inside this group, if you see here, I'm getting a couple of the options like members, owners, right? And then group members, license, and all these things, right? So I'm getting these options. So let's go ahead and try to add some members. So owner can be a member, okay? It's up to us. If I don't want to add that owner means who can control, like who can add any users into this group, that will be that person will be considered as a owner. Okay, who can add the user or who can remove the users from this group. So that will be considered as a owner. Now member, let's try to add the members. So I will add a member here. So just go to the member, and here you are getting an option of adding a members. Yeah, like an admin of a group, correct. So here you are getting an option of adding a member. So right now, if you see, I'm getting a couple of more options like import members. If I have, let's say, 100 of the members are there, I can directly import them. Okay, I'm going to add one of the members. Okay, so the one member which I created, that's IN, I think Matt, Rick Matt, or let's search IN Rick. So I'll search this user, and I'll add that users in this group. Okay, so this is the user is there. I'm just adding this users into this group. Done. Now Rick Matt is a member of this group. Now I can make him as a owner as well. So if I want to make him as a group admin or group owner, I can make a owner as well. So it's up to us. And now if you see a couple of things like Azure role assignment, licenses. So licenses is more specific to your Active Directory or Office 365 licenses. So let's say, for example, if these users supposed to use E5 licenses or supposed to use P3 licenses, I can activate and I can assign that licenses. Okay. So I already shared you what are all the different licenses are there. Accordingly, I can select, I can purchase that license from the Microsoft. And once I have that license, then it will start reflecting or showing it here. Okay. So now, if I go members, here you have, I think I've already shared, but again, if you want, I can share it. Okay. So here you have this import members. You can import it. So you just need to get the template. Okay. And using this template, just create your file, CSV file, and upload it back. So how the template look like, you can download that one. Okay. And then you can open this, and accordingly you can modify, and just you can update that, upload that. So this is the example there, like how your member object ID. So just keep on mentioning the object ID. That's all. So how you can get the object ID? So object ID, you are getting it from here. So just now I created one user. So this users, when I created Rick, right? So this user, so this user is there. Here you see the object ID. Okay, perfect. So this object ID, I can mention it into my CSV file, and then I can get that one uploaded. Okay, so how and where you can add that query? So query is there when you activate that license. Okay, so if you go in this group, right now it may not be showing, but here if you see some of the groups, I'll check here membership type. Let me see if any of the group I can show you. All of them are look like assigned only. So for that one, you need to activate a license E3, or you need a E5 license. P3, P2 license, sorry, P2 license or E5 license. So in your free trial account, you can activate that. Okay. So here, if you go right, so just what you need to do if you want to play with that dynamic, like how you can add dynamically users in that group, then you just need to activate P2 license. Minimum P2 license is needed to perform that one. So in order to do that, just go to the license options. Okay. And here you'll find all product, and then you are supposed to activate a license from here. So right now I have already consumed my all the free trial licenses. That's why it's not showing to you, and so it's not showing to us. Let me try. Let me do one thing. Let me switch to my another account. Let me see if I can get that. Bulk user creations, it's easy. Just download that template and upload it back, guys. So I'm not going and demonstrating, so you can go and perform that one. It's just a CSV file. Just upload it, and then you are done. Your voice in the screen is moving slowly. Okay. Is it? Let me check this. Hold on. Just give me 1 second. Okay. Is it better now? Can you how to execute the query to add the members? Okay. Refresh is slow, screen is a bit slow. There's a delay in video compared to audio. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, how about now? Users and the group are free in Azure. Do they need license? I think now you connected over cable. Okay. So is it okay now? Is it better? Okay, thanks guys. So I was talking about the licenses. As I told you, like you need to have that license. So let me quickly go and show you like how you can activate that license. I just switched to my another account, okay? So I'm just going to search for this Active Directory, okay? And now in this Active Directory, I don't have any users. Come on, is this working now? Okay. So if we can only do that, what is the question is going on? Like, so you just need to go and then activate your license. So here we go. If you get inside it, is it better now, guys? Or are you guys finding any lag? There should not be any lag now. Okay, so you need to go here, go to the all product, and then you are supposed to activate lag in the screen. So you need to try and buy from here. Okay, if you see this, so here you have option of um, um, activating your either E5 license, or you have an option of activating P2 licenses. We can't understand what you are saying. What you are saying because of the screen lagging. Okay, is it lagging, guys? Because I don't think so. Lagging voice. No. Yes. No. Yes. Mine is fine. Okay. So what? Okay. Can I get a quick confirmation now? Like, is it better? Okay. Great. So you need to do what? You need to go on the license and then go to this all product. Okay. Now in this all product, you will find option of adding a license here. So you have E5 license for 90 days. You are getting it for free from Microsoft. You have P2 license, which you are getting it. If you want, we can enable this P2 license. Okay. So once I enable this P2 license, it will be available for me for 30 days, right? So if you see, I can consume 100 licenses. So this is something I'm getting it free for Microsoft for 30 days. I can use that one. You have already activated it saying, okay, let me try this one. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I think I have already consumed it, so I may not able to show you. But yeah, hopefully you all must have got an idea about like how you can create a group now. So you can create a group, and within that group, you can make any of the group. Let's say, for example, I'll take one of the group. In your practice lab, you will not be able to do this because AD is not activated. Just I'm demonstrating. That's why I'm demonstrating that to you. Here you see this group membership. You have this members. In the members, you can um, perform this add members operations, right? So you will find here, like here you will see, I'll try to show you in my tomorrow section. I'll create one new account, and there I will show you like how you can have this group membership, not group membership, dynamic membership. So hopefully that will do, because in this month my already license got expired, so that's why it's not reflecting or showing to you, all of you. Okay, good. So I assume that you all must have understood about users and the group. So you should able to create a group and you should able to create a users. Now let's go ahead and try to see the use case of this users in the group, like why we created and why we placed that users in the group. For understanding of the users in the group, I'm going to quickly tell you about RBAC. So what is there in the RBAC? Let's go and try to understand that one. Or Azure Identity Access Management. Now, what exactly this one? Let's try to understand it. In Azure RBAC, what Microsoft is saying is role-based access control. Yes, that's correct. So role-based access control, Microsoft is saying like there is a organization chart is there. Now, what is this organization chart? In every organization, you must have seen like there is a top management, there is a director, there is a CTO, there is a manager, there is a team leader, right? Then there is a teammates, there is a team. So similar way in Microsoft Azure, you have a org chart. Okay. So what is that org chart? So let me draw it for you guys. So this is how your org chart is. Now the top level, the first level is your tenant or root management group. Okay. Then another one is the subscriptions, then resource groups, and then finally your resources. So this is how your org chart has been designed in Microsoft Azure. So for RBAC, they have designed it in such a way. In this is the first one, that's a management group. Okay, or you can say root management group. So this one is a management group. Fine. So root management group is there. So we are discussing right now about a RBAC, role-based access control. It's falling under identity access management. Okay. Now this root management group, a management group, is basically nothing but a collection of the subscription. Okay. Now what is subscription? Can anyone help me out? What is subscription, guys? Okay. So subscription is more like your Netflix account, more like your Netflix subscription, more like your TTH or Tata Sky or whatever you are using it, your mobile phone subscriptions, right? So it is specific to your billing. Microsoft assign you a subscription so that they can track or they can help you out, like how much you have consumed, what you have consumed, what are all the services. Means they will associate all your services and everything to that specific account. Okay, so that's called as your subscription. Management group is nothing but it's a collection of the subscriptions. So it can be a management group, means sub-management group, or it can be more of the subscriptions. Okay. So down the line, it can have 6 management groups. Okay, so we can create 6 levels, 6 different levels. We can create it into the management groups, and within the subscriptions, you can create as many as resource groups you want. Okay, what is a resource group? Resource group is like your team. So what happened? What is the definition of a team? So team is nothing but a collection of people, right? So resource is nothing but the definition of the resource is a particular skill set, a person who is having a specific skill set, and in return he used to get payments. What he get a salary, correct? So you all are a resource of a company, you all must be working somewhere. So why you all have been called as a resource? Because you all having some sort of skill set, you are delivering something to the organizations, you are adding the value to the organizations. Now when you are adding a value to the organizations, definitely organizations also has a responsibility to pay you in return. What they used to pay you, they used to give you money, right? That's a salary. So similar way here in Microsoft, if we are going to use any services, that will be considered as a resource. Why that will be as a resource? Because in return, Microsoft is going to charge you for that one, right? So now talking about RBAC. Now this is your org chart. I'm quickly going to give you this org chart, guys, like how this org chart is. And let me give you this URL first. Okay, so resource group, I just told you what is a resource group. So it's a logical group where we can keep, or a container, logical container where we can put all the resources so that we can manage, or we can have a common life cycle of all the resources which will be sitting inside the resource group. So that's the definition of your resource group. Now let me quickly give you this. Here you have org chart. So what is the org chart? Let me give you that one. So management group, Azure org chart. Just take that one. So here, this is the one I'm talking about. This one. Okay, this is the one I have drawn. Okay, so hopefully this is visible to everyone. So this is what is there. Management group, subscriptions, also finally you have the resources. Now, how Microsoft maintain or manage their RBAC? Let's go and quickly try to discuss that one. Okay. Now, what is there in the RBAC? So Microsoft is telling you, like, they have designed. There are many predefined, or you can have a custom RBAC. It's up to you. So there is two things are there. One is predefined, which is inbuilt role-based access controls are there, like reader, contributor, right? So many other. There are many other. So we don't need to focus on all of them. We just need to focus on mainly 4. Okay, what are main 4 are there? One is owner, contributor. Another one is reader. Another one is user assignment. User assignment role is there. Is it still having any issues, guys? Are you guys saying my screen is lagging or screen is slow? Might be because of WebEx. I don't know, because my display screen is getting changed. Like, what I can say, the appearance, it's intermittent. Looks good and sound. Okay. So these are all the different RBACs roles are there, which we should focus, or which we should know, right? So there are many more. I will give you the list of it. You don't need to remember all of them. Okay. You just need to search like this. So Azure RBAC roles. Just search in this way. So if you search, these are all the built-in roles. Yes, there was it. I will explain that to you. Okay. Oh, how come it's got zoom so much? Okay. So this is there. You see. So built-in roles are there. These are all the user access administrators. Sorry. Here is a user access administrator. User access administrator. User access administrator. Okay. So now if you see here, mainly contributor, owner, reader, and this. This is the main one. After that, there are many more roles are there. Depending upon different sort of services, you can give that type of the role. Okay. So suppose if I want to give virtual machine specific role, I can give that one. Okay, I can search. Let's say you see here virtual machine contributor. Now, what is the difference in between this contributor, owner, reader, and also with the name itself, you can understand reader is someone who will have read access. Owner is someone who will have all access, everything. Contributor is like your tenant and main owner. Like tenant in the sense, I'm talking example. I'm giving an example. Suppose you are staying as a tenant. I mean, you are staying in a rented flat, right? Suppose you are staying in a rented flat. You are staying as a tenant there. So if you are a tenant, you can't sell that property. You don't have the rights to sell that property. You can stay, you can make changes into that one, but you will not able to sell that property to someone else, right? So, so in that case, tenant is you can compare tenant like a contributor. So contributor can perform anything, everything. Okay, they can do it, but they will not able to grant access to someone else. Understood. So owner is a person who can do everything. He can grant access to anyone. If someone is joining within your team and that person need to grant an access to someone else, they can give that one. Okay. If you already have the owner access, you can do that. If you are talking about the contributor, contributor will able to perform his or her duty. His or her job. He will not able to give access to someone else. That's the difference in between the contributor and the owner, guys. Okay, I'm giving you this URL. Have a look to get an idea. I think it's someone else here. Okay, as Isaac is saying, do we have presentation of material or we have to note it or we have to note it down? No, we don't. You don't need to note it down. Just listen it, right? So that should be enough. Presentations, I'm definitely going to walk you through the presentations, right? Right now, I'm just trying to give you an idea like how the things is working. Okay, so don't worry about that part. Presentations, I will not able to share it with you guys uh, because that is from the Microsoft and that's a it's a proprietary of Microsoft. So will not able to share that presentation with all of you, but definitely I will. Yeah, it's on the LMS. You can take that one. So that should be okay. Like. Huh. So now just we have seen this example, right? So let's try to understand this management group, subscription, resource group, and resources, how it works. So what I'm going to do is I will quickly switch back to my previous directory and okay. Okay, sorry, yes. So user access admin role. That means it is it is a role where I can grant access, but I will not able to do anything. I will able to give you an access. Suppose if you need to do any job, and for that one you need an access. If I'm a user access administrator, I can give you that access. I can. This job is more specific to granting an access. That's all. You see here, it's mentioned user access to Azure resources. That's all. But I will not able to do any other changes or anything. I can just simply give the access. That's all. Okay. Cool. So what I've done, let's go to the subscription here. Yeah, block diagram. Yeah, buddy. You have any questions on this? No, Devyansu. Like you can give access to other, okay, but you will not able to make yourself as a owner. Chanda, I've already explained, right? Owner, contributor. So I given you an example of tenant and owner. Just remember with that one. Okay? Contributor is like a tenant. He is staying in your home and paying the rent like that. If you are staying on a rent home, you can do anything within that home, correct? But you can't sell that property to someone else. That's an example. That's the difference in between the owner and the contributor. Contributor can contribute, but he will not able to give access to someone else. Owner can do everything what he want to do. User administrator can grant access to other. Okay, if someone need, let's say, virtual machine contributor, if I'm a user access administrator, I can able to give you an access to that. Okay, but I will not able to uplift myself and make owner. Tell that to my girlfriend. What happened, Ryan? What's the question is going on? Can user admin grant owner access? Owner access, Purushottam. Also contributed to the client as in not, also cannot manage everything. So he's trying to move in. So you just check, Raja or whoever having these questions, right? Give an access this user access administrator and check what are all things that person can perform. Cool. I'm going back to this. Okay. So here I have this subscription. So let's go and try to create a management group. So here I have the management groups. Let's go to that management group, please. So if you see in my case, I have already created one tenant group, correct? So this is my tenant group, and within the tenant group, I already added this two subscriptions. Like one is Cloud Lab, another one is Pay As You Go. So if I go to this detail options, if you see here, and if I start looking from this window, this access control, this identity access management, Microsoft is like they're giving you an opportunity to define all these properties. Like if you see that if you want to check the access of any persons, you can check the role assignments. What are all the role assignments you have done? Roles deny assignment. The deny assignment is done through the blueprint. Soon we can find that this options will be enabled like assigning a role. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'll quickly explain you like when I'm going to give a access at this level, what happened. Okay, let's try to understand that one. So here in this example, suppose this A person is here. I'm giving him, for an example, let's say I'll draw it with this. So for example, I given contributor here. Can anyone quickly let me know if I given a contributor here, even if I given an owner here, what will be the level of the access here? What will be the level of access? Can I get a quick answer here? Owner, contributor, contributor, owner, owner, contributor, contributor, owner. Okay. Same person. If I given this A person, suppose at this level I made him as a contributor, and then again here I given him a owner role. What will be his level of the access at this place? Someone is saying contributor, someone is saying owner. Okay. Inheritance. Okay. Can we can how you can put most restricted one? Huh. Okay. So how RBAC used to work in Microsoft Azure? So in this role, right? Whatever role you see, if this role is coming anywhere in the hierarchy, suppose from here to here, suppose, right? From here to here, from here to here. If this role is coming, suppose from here to here, there is a theory of inheritance, okay? So from top down to the bottom, it get inherited. So if this role is contributor here, in the downline, if somewhere that same person got owner, so from here onwards, everywhere he will have owner only. Is it clear, guys? If within this track or within this path, within this hierarchy, anywhere, if the highest level of the privilege is coming, right, automatically that will be taken from there. So if that person is having here reader, if that person is having a reader, this doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because here at the higher level, he already got a owner privilege, which is having higher access as compared to this reader, right? So owner access he already got, so that will supersede any other access which is coming down the line. Okay, so that's the thing. Now let's take one more example, guys. Now let me explain you one more example here. So suppose this A person here, I given him a reader, okay, and then within this management group, I have one more subscription. Sorry, I have one more subscription. Okay, here one more subscription. Here this is subscription number 2. Inside this, there are a couple of the resource groups are there. Here, I given reader here, this person. Now at this subscription level, I given a contributor here. Sorry, contributor here. In this subscription, I given a owner here. Now here it's a resource group. Here it's a resources for this one. Sorry, for this one, this is the resources is there. Now, can anyone help me out for the same person from this line? What will be his level of the access at this place? And for this path, what will be his level of the access? From B side, suppose this is B side, this is A side. Tell me for B side, what will be that person level of access at this place? Will that be a reader? Reader? How come it will be a reader? B side contributor, okay. A side, what is A side then? A equals to owner, B equals to contributor. Okay. A owner, okay. B contributor. Perfect. Thanks a lot. So I believe everyone must understood, right, this whole concept. So how this is working, hopefully everyone must be cleared with it. If you are not clear, no problem. I'm just giving you a quick URL. Using that URL, you can understand. Azure, RBAC, multiple roles. Okay, RBAC documentation, Azure RBAC. So here you can understand that role assignment. You see this multiple role assignment. This is what I'm talking about, or this is what I have explained to you. Okay, and when this roles get combined, then you get an output like this. So if you see here, contributor and reader, if higher level already having a contributor, this one is coming as a contributor, then this path, this down the line, if I am giving a reader access, that's of no use. That doesn't make sense at all. It will get overwritten with the highest privilege, which is coming from the top. Okay. Everyone clear with this RBAC, guys? So this is about your inbuilt role. Okay. So there are custom roles are also there. Custom role in the sense I can customize. Let's say for an example, I want to give you some contributor role, VM contributor role. Let's say you will able to start a virtual machine. Suppose for an example, I want that you should able to start a virtual machine. I can do that. I can create a custom role and then I can assign it to you. And I will not let you to delete a virtual machine. I can stop you. So let's do some custom role assignment. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just simply going to, I'm not going to do inbuilt role, guys. You can play with it. Okay. I'm just showing you quickly how you can create a custom role. So in this root management, I'm just going and I'm assigning it at the management group level. I'm not assigning at the subscription level. The best practices says that you should assign it at the resource group level. Okay, you should not give at the management group level or subscription level. Prefer to give access to anyone at the resource group level. But if you are an admin or you are a main admin and you need, let's suppose in your company you have 200 subscriptions are there, right? Then in that case, it's very difficult for you to manage that access, right? Then like you can just give an access at the management group level so that that person will get access at all subscriptions. Okay, let's add. So here, if you see, I'm getting add role assignment. Okay, so let me go back and I will create a custom role. So custom role, you can create it at the subscription level, not at the management group level. I'm doing it directly here. So I'm going to do this. So here you see add a custom role. You can do it through PowerShell. You can do it through Azure CLI, ARM template. You can do it through the portal as well. So recently Microsoft had introduced this portal option. Earlier we were all doing it through PowerShell or Azure CLI only or ARM template. Now let's go ahead and try to see like what options are available. So for an example, I'm creating a custom role. So custom role, I will say, so let's say VM start role. That means that person can start the VM, but he will not able to delete the virtual machine. Suppose I want to design something like this. So VM start role, that means that person will able to, if I'll give this role, that person will able to start that virtual machine. So start from the scratch or clone a role, I can do that one. So let's say for an example, start from the scratch. Here I can add the permissions or exclude the permissions. Let's add some permissions. So I will add some permissions now specific to the virtual machine. So let's search what Microsoft is giving to us in terms of virtual machines roles. So I will add that one. So here you see Microsoft.compute. Let's add it. Now all this list is coming here. Now specific to the virtual machines, I can look like, okay, for virtual machine, I want what I want. I want that the person should able to start the virtual machine. So let's search for it. So this virtual machine skill set, this is virtual machine skill set, virtual machines, right? So let's come down and see that. Virtual machine skill set, virtual machines, run command, virtual machines, okay. Here you go. So you see here, read, write, delete. So that person, if I'll tick box this, that means that person will not able to, that person will able to delete, right? So I don't want to give that one. I want to start virtual machine, this one. You see, start virtual machine. I want to let him only to start the virtual machine. I will not let him to do any other things. I can do that. Done, add it, done, review and create. Now this role which I created, now this role I can assign it to any group, to any service principal, to any users. Now let's go and try to assign this role. So let's go assign this role, role assignment. Okay. Now select that role. So what was our role? Just search here, VM. Can we search it? What was that? Start role something. Huh? Let's refresh it. Let's wait for a while. Is it not coming? Sometime it take a while, huh? Otherwise we need to refresh it from here. Huh? No role. Where it went? Is that didn't got created? Oops. So you see, right? So like this, it will show you. If you search here, here you will find all the custom roles, right? So you can filter them out. You will see all the custom roles here. Custom role like this, right? So just now we created VM start. So I don't know, might be it will take some time to reflect here. It should be instant. If it is not showing, that's okay. So like this, you see here. So it will show you with this orange color. So that means this is a custom role. Now this custom role, if I want, I can assign it. Let me try again. What happened, by the way? A portal will take a while I think. Portal may take it. It's not taking more time. It's just 1 or 2 minutes. What was our role name? VM dash start. No, it's not showing. Okay, we can come back and we can check that one. No problem. But right now, let's say for an example, this custom role. You see this. Now, if you want to assign, so just click go role assignment and then search for that role here. Search for that role. Okay, suppose this role is there, just search it. And now here you see you are getting all these options of assigning this role to whom. So here you see user group and service principal. This is the default one, correct? So in our case, we created one group. If you recall, if you remember, I created one group, correct? So let's search that group. What was that group name? Simply Learn. So all the person who is sitting inside this Simply Learn or the means users who are there inside, who are a part of the Simply Learn group, they all will get this access. Done. Am I clear, guys? Is this clear, everyone? Any sort of questions anyone have? So if you come back and try to see the role assignment, here you will find the inheritance, what we were talking about, right? So here you will see this inherited. You see this? So wherever you see this resource, that means the access has been given at this specific subscription level, like this subscription level. This resource means at this level only I have given the access, like this contributor access, what you see, right? So similar way you see this inherited. Means this access has been given at the management group level. So automatically it used to get inherited. Now, if I want to delete this, I will not able to delete it from the subscription level. I need to go to like a specific level. Let's say for an example, subscription level, if I've given the access, then I need to go back to that level and then only I would able to delete it or remove that access. I will not able to remove it from here. If you see, this is from coming from management group level, correct? If I want to remove, you see this, it's going to send you this notification. Means it will show you this pop notifications. Am I right, guys? All good? Everyone understood this identity access management, RBAC, inheritance, just now I explained already, Salman. Inheritance means from the org chart, if you remember this one, right? So any higher privilege, wherever it is coming, automatically it is getting drilled down till up to the bottom. That's called as inherited. That's all. So if you got owner access here, everywhere here you'll automatically get owner. Here automatically you'll get owner. Even though if I'm giving you reader, it doesn't make sense. No use, because owner privilege is coming from the top down to the bottom. That's called as inherited. Yes. Mm. You can. It's up to you. Inheritance will not get broken because that is something maintained by Microsoft. But if you want, you can give a role at each and every level. It's up to you. Now, if you have seen here, like this is the same, right? If you see this group, same group, this group, right? So this group is having a contributor access to this resource. This group is having a contributor access from the management group also. So we can assign. So you see this person. So Abdul, this person is there. This person is having a contributor access which I've given at the resource level, this subscription level. Again, I given this person at the management group level. Now, if you see this Ajay, this person is having access at the management group level. Does it make sense, guys, everyone? Are we clear? Someone asked about the SPN. What is this SPN? SPN is, can we, no, this is not having any sort of time specific. Job is specific, yes, you can, not the time is specific. Okay? Yes. Service principal is basically a service account, guys. Service account. So many times what happened, these are all individual accounts, right? So suppose for an example, you have Jenkins servers. Suppose you have Jenkins servers. This is your Azure. This is your Jenkins. Now this Jenkins need to talk to Azure. Now whose user ID and password you will use? You need some dummy username and password, right? So what you will do, you will create a service principal. Service principal means service account, user account, service account, not user specific account. It's a dummy account you will be creating, and using that dummy account or using that service account, you will integrate or you will allow other services to access Microsoft Azure. That's service account. Am I clear? Now, if you see in my case here, there are many service principal where I integrated Ansible with Azure, right? So this is one example. Like that, there are a couple of many. Like if you see this Azure account, Azure DevOps, I integrated Azure DevOps, I integrated Bitbucket, right? So you see this, there are many. I integrated my Docker, I integrated my Terraform, right? So like this, these are all what you see. These all are service principal. Okay, cool. So I believe you all must got a fair understanding about RBAC, fair understanding about an Active Directory. Okay. Now let me quickly do one thing. What is that? What's the questions? The system is having some questions. Okay, let's answer some of the questions on this topic, guys. If you have any other questions on this topic about the RBAC, please put in. We can discuss quickly. Okay, let me take one by one, please. US and role, okay, that's fine. Groups are placed at which level? Subscriptions or management group or RG? It's up to you. So wherever I want to give, right? So I can create a group. Group is a part of Active Directory. Within that Active Directory, I can create a group and I can use that group to give access to anyone, like to give access to that group, either at the subscription level, resource group level, or management group level, or at resource level. It's up to us. Interface account user to access resource from other applications, kind of integrations. Yes, I think it's about the service principle, right? Okay, great. What is Active Directory Federation Service? How to implement this? How to implement it in native applications? What is Azure AD Connect? Does AAD support REST API? Can we get detailed documentation of REST API of AAD? Okay, this question is coming from Asad. Okay, yes, Asad, ADFS. ADFS, I don't want to go into that discussion. Yeah, definitely. ADFS, cloud native ADFS, if you literally want, there is a identity governance here, okay, where you will find all different options, or even you can Google it, like Azure AD, Azure AD FS. Okay, so here you have like ADFS features is directly like this one, token and claim option is there, right? So you can use that token and claim and perform that authorization or access. But here, if you're talking about specific to ADFS, what you can do is you can create a Active Directory Federation Service server, and or you can do you can use some external identities as well. So if you see here, so if you want to extend it, your on-premises or existing ADFS, you can add that one, right? So as I told you, if you see the design here, this is more specific to your Microsoft Azure. So if I want to do that ADFS, then I need to bring up my servers, and within that servers, I have to enable that ADFS service, okay, or role in within that, and I need to configure the server as a ADFS so that it will start working as a ADFS for us. Okay, so I'll share you this architecture, this design. You can read it from here. Okay, AD Connect is helping you out in terms of migrating your on-premises AD to Azure AD. So if I want to synchronize, so just search Azure AD Connect, um, synchronizations. So there are three different methods of synchronization is there, guys. So here you have Azure AD Connect. Within that Azure AD Connect, you have these options are there with you. You have password hash, you have pass-through, and the federation integration is there, where you can integrate. If you want to use your external or on-premises ADFS, you can bring that one. So Azure AD Connect is this one. Now Azure AD Connect is helping you in terms of extending your on-premises or performing the synchronization, or the users which are sitting into your existing on-premises Active Directory, they will get migrated or replicated to the Azure Active Directory. That's the use case of your Azure AD Connect tool. Did I answer your question? Simplest way to Azure AD. Easy to set up a so can we assign roles to device? That's something interesting questions. So device role, device means what? You're talking about the VM. If you want to assign any specific role at specific resource, you can do it. VM containers, not exactly, means there is a way around, I can tell you, not directly. You can give an access to that VM or whatever, but you need to use something called as identity management. Can we have a quick demo to migrate on-premises AD to using AD connector, if possible? If possible, that's a good question. Okay. Yeah, of course, we can do anything, right? We can do everything. So, if we want to do, it's a little bit time taking, but yeah, we can do that. So first, you need to have a server, and that server should have the users. Okay. So for an example, let me create, let's say, simply learn. So you can create a resource group. Sorry, I just typed this simple ADRG. There is a naming convention there, guys. So this is the naming conventions you can follow. So I'll give you this naming convention as well. Standard naming convention is there. Okay. Standard naming conventions in Azure. So this is the naming conventions you can follow. Okay. So how you need to define your resource, right? So you can follow this naming convention. Right now, this is just a lab, guys. So I'm not following any sort of naming conventions, but you guys can follow it. Service principal to impersonate users. Like if I use service principal to access certain resource, can it be deprecated to get users detail? Yes. Service principal can perform everything. Okay. So it is like your account only. It can do everything. It depends totally what level of access you have given to that service principal. If you have given a owner access, it can give access to other as well. It can perform everything. Hope you all understood. Okay, I'm just trying to see, like, let's see if today I would able to show you a demo of the migrations. I'm just trying to show you how you can migrate on-premises users to Microsoft Azure AD, like from on-premises Active Directory to Azure AD. I'm trying to show you, but I don't know. I don't know like whether we would able to finish it within this time, or if it will not get finished, no problem. I will just show you tomorrow, okay? Because for that lab, you need to have a on-premises Active Directory, and that Active Directory should have all users, roles, and everything you have to configure. Okay, meanwhile, I'm creating the server. So let's see if we get a success. Okay, let me quickly go back to this, okay? And let's continue with this Active Directory. So just now I talked about identity access management, correct? And I told you about the users and the group. Now let's see quickly some of the inbuilt role which is specific to the Active Directory. So if you see here, you have the roles and administrator. This role is specific to Microsoft Azure AD roles, means applications role. Let's say for an example, Microsoft Teams administrator, Microsoft Kaizen administrator, okay? Some cloud you see here. So if you notice, so these roles are specific to some specific Microsoft product or specific Microsoft applications. So if you search, if you see this Microsoft Teams, Teams administrator, Skype, SharePoint administrator, service support administrator, right? So you can assign these roles as well. Means if that person is supposed to maintain or manage that specific applications, you can assign this role and you can control their level of access from here. Global administrator will have everything. Here, global administrator role is there. If you see this, Intune administrator, Kaiser administrator, like this. So we can give this role to that person if that person is managing or maintaining that specific product or that specific application. You have this external identities. So here, let's suppose you are using AWS. Let's suppose you are using Gmail. Let's suppose you are using GCP. Suppose G Suite is there. You are using that identity. Suppose. Okay. So if you are um, using some external identities rather than using Microsoft Azure AD, you want to continue using the already existing identities providers, then you can add that identity provider here. Okay, you have an option of adding it. Suppose I don't want to migrate my users who are there into the AWS. I want to continue their AWS authentications provider. I want to continue using that one. What I can do is I can add that here. You see, I'm getting a new SAML or I'm getting Google, Facebook. These options, I can add that one. Okay. So suppose if I'm using a G Suite, I just need to add the client ID and the client secret and then done. Then done. Then the means all the authentications will take place from this Google account only. It's Google's G Suite from G Suite only. It's not required any sort of the users accounts or the permissions or the authorizations happen from the Azure Active. So this is your external identity, guys. Client ID, you will get it once you already have procured from any provider, right? So suppose if you had already procured, then you need to create a service account on that account. Suppose I am using AWS. So if I'm going to use the AWS, I must have purchased AWS identity license like Azure AD, correct? If I have already purchased that one, just take that client ID and client secret and enter it here. That's all. Which yellow box you're talking, Suraj? Is there any yellow boxes there? I don't see that. It's gone. Okay. Good. So now, if you see here, a couple of more things are there, like your administrative unit, like your enterprise applications, app registration. App registration is nothing but your service principal. This one is your service principal. Okay. This one is my, let's say for an example, if I'm building some in-house applications, or if I want to, suppose you all must be using, suppose for an example, Zoom. If you are using this Zoom or ServiceNow, now I want, let's say for an example, these all users who are there, a part of my company, they all should easily able to perform a single sign-on on this Zoom applications. I can easily do that. Okay, I can simply add that enterprise applications in my list, and I can allow, suppose 10 users should able to log in, I can allow that one. That's all. They will have the single sign-on then. How to do that? So if you see here, just go to this enterprise application options. You can add new applications, and then you can add here whether it is from the gallery. So in Microsoft Gallery, you will find around 3,500 softwares or 3,500 SaaS product services are available. You can simply go and uh, add that one and enable it. That's all, like this. So here we go. If you see this, right? So you see this, like if I'm planning to use, let's say, you see this, WebEx, Box, Atlassian Cloud, and so many SaaS products are there. So I can use that one. If I'm trying to get it something from my on-premises, I can take it. Something from AWS, I can take that one. Or if I'm building my own applications, I can add that one. Manually, yes, you can add it. Or if you want to publish any applications and make it available for everyone, you can do that as well. So if you see the Slack, ServiceNow, Workplace, Workday, right? So you can create your own applications. So suppose if you're creating, let's say for an example, if you are creating your own in-house applications, you can create and then you can get that one registered. Is this clear, everyone? Hmm. Now let's go back. I just created a server here. Now let's try to connect to the server and try to quickly. Can we use multiple identities? Yes, you can. Because nowadays, yes, you can. So nowadays, everyone is coming from a multi-cloud, correct? So in my company, we have we have Oracle, we have IBM, we have not AWS, sorry, we have GCP, we have Azure. So you can think, right? So we are coming from a different uh, cloud. So we already using so many clouds. But actually, our identities is associated, or we are having all our identities using Azure. But when I go to Oracle or when I go to IBM Cloud, then there I use Azure identities because we are using only one identity, that is Azure. But if you have global, then you can use global as well. Okay, so this is my VM. So let's try to connect to this VM, guys. So here we go. Okay, so I'll try to show you migration of the on-premise, migration of the users from the Active Directory to Azure Active Directory. How you can perform that, I'm trying to show you that one. Is there any lag, guys? Because I don't see that there should not be any lag. It's getting stuck in between. Yes, it's lagging. Is it possible to add VM to Azure AD after creation? Add VM to Azure AD. Add VM to Azure AD. No, Azure AD is only managing user accounts, not your VM and all. Without AD, can we join VM to the on-premise device? Yes. Yes, you can. You can add that one. To Azure console, you initialize VM and then access remotely. Yes. Is it possible to log in VM with AD account? AD account, yes. Do we have any lab on that? Lab. Okay. So this lab is there, guys. You can go and practice it. When we create a app, is asking for single tenant or multi-tenant. What is different? Yes, that's a good question. So, Devanshu, answering to that questions, multi-tenant or single tenant, if you had noticed, right, if you had seen here, you see, tenant is, that's a directory only. You see this? So this one, you see, this is my another tenant. Tenant means workspace, okay? Here you see so many are there. Like this one is another directory or another tenant. So this tenant or this directory is separate. So if I will create some user account, like if I want here also, I want here also, then I can select a multi-tenant. Got it? You can add, what is the questions? I think the question is whether you can add resource to AD after what? This is of course how operations work. All resources are managed through AD. Hopefully I got that right. What was the questions? Is it possible to log into VM with a AD account? That's okay. Bari, what was the question? Suraj, advantage or restriction in the multiple? Advantage or restrictions in multi-tenant or single tenant? Tenant is workspace. Devanshu. Once we created VM, can we add that VM to Azure AD? Again, I'm saying VM to Azure AD means what? Because Azure AD is specific to your users, virtual machines which you are creating, or if you want to manage that one, right? So that's something different, guys. That's fall under ADS, Azure Active Directory Domain Service. That's a domain controller. If I want to add VM to the domain controller, that's separate. You can create your user ID during the VM build. Yes, we can. VM is a resource, so it can be managed by AD at any point before or after. Is it after is irrelevant. VM is a resource. It can be managed. It can be managed. Again I will tell you, but see, there is a difference in between the domain controller and Active Directory. I can manage only when I associate a manage identity with that VM. Active Directory will help you out to control the access, right? Control this user specific, not any device or not any servers or printers specific. You see here, I don't have any options to add the VMs and all. I can manage these devices. That's a Windows 10 self-managed, means modern managed devices are coming nowadays. If I want to add that one, I can add it. But the server, if I want to control or I want to use it here, I don't. That's a domain controller. That's a ADDS. Bring your own device. That's separate, guys. Don't get confused with it. So this VM which I created, this I will not able to add the way it's supposed to get added into your on-premises. On-premises domain means Active Directory. Active Directory work as a domain controller itself. But here Azure AD don't work as a domain controller. There is a separate service for the domain controller that's called as a Active Directory domain service. This is the one is there. Where you go? Active Directory domain service. So this one is there. I can simply use on-prem can log in RDP. If I build a VM in Azure, I can simply use my on-prem AD admin ID can log in RDP. So it's all depending upon when you are creating the virtual machine, right? At that time, we need to define what sort of login we want. So here I created one login ID. I am creating it here. You see, this is my local login, correct? So this one is my local admin login is there here. So it's your on-prem, it's your local admin login is here, okay? But tomorrow, if I want to change, suppose, which VM I went, sorry. Let's go back to my this directory. So there is a local admin is there, that's separate, okay? So if you want, you can enable that local admin. So in this VM, suppose if you go and see here, you will get an option of enabling something called as, let me see if I can, can you see somewhere identity here? One option is there, and another one you don't have anything. Here you have only reset password. Yeah, this one. So here you get an option of setting the local admin password. That's what I'm saying. Ravi, guys are getting confused with Azure AD and Azure AD services. Azure AD and Azure AD services. Yes, that's what I mentioned. Maybe you can explain. Yeah, I'll explain them later on. Okay. So don't get confused, guys. The VMs don't use to get connected to Azure Active Directory. Again, I'm telling to you, forget about the VM. Azure Active Directory is associated with the users. Okay. VM is controlled. If I want that this VM should uh, get get registered or controlled as a from the domain controller, then I have a separate service which is called Azure Active Directory Domain Controller. Okay. Anupam. Yes, it's possible. It's possible. Possible, guys. When we will be covering the virtual machine topic, at that time I will answer all the questions specific to the virtual machines. As of now, forget about everything. Just concentrate on concentrate on the Active Directory. This is a virtual machine. Just forget about that one as of now. I'm just logged in, how I connected everything. Don't pay attention on that one. Right now, I need one server just to show you how you can migrate it. So focus on the migration, please. When I will cover the topic of compute, at that time I will teach you, I will walk you through everything, every possible things, how you can connect, why you connect, everything I'll tell you. Okay? Okay, now coming to the server. So here, let's make this server as a domain controller. Okay, so how to make this server as a domain controller? So what I'll do is I'll quickly go and assign a role to it, add a roles in the features. I will assign a domain controller role here. So right now I'm making this domain controller on premises domain controller. So if you see this is the role is there, which I need to activate Active Directory domain service. This is the role I need to activate. I will activate that one. And someone was having a question about the ADFS. So this is your ADFS role is there. If you want that this server should act as the ADFS, you need to enable this role, guys. That's all. Done. Next, next, next. Okay, install. So this is how you can create your on-prem domain controller or ADDS. Now, in order to perform that migrations, we need we need Active Directory Global Administrator role. So what I'll do, let's go and assign a global administrator role to that user which we created. So we created in the morning, like initially we created this Rick, right? So let's take his username and the password. So this is his username. Let's copy this. Let's copy his username and let's give him the global admin role, admin access. I'm just going to copy his username and I'm going to copy his password. So let's reset the password of his, reset password, take his password. This is his password. I will take his password. Done. So this is his password. Now I will go and assign a role. What's the role I need to give? I need to give a global administrator role. To perform the migrations, you need to have that role. So go back, go to roles and administrator here. Look for that global administrator role, right? Select that one, then add assignment, add that IN Rick, add here, done. Okay, now Rick got a global admin role access. Okay, so this is needed to perform the migration. So I'm going to use his account to perform the migration, guys. Good, good. So this is done. Now let's go back. Go back to our server. So on this server also, we're done with the successful installation of this, right? So here, if you go and click on this options, you find, okay, so you find that it's got activated and then promote the server to a domain controller. So yes, we want to promote it. So here you are getting all this option of configuring. So if I have already existing domain is there, then I can, so I have the domain of forest is there, I can add that one to the existing one. Or if I just want to, add a new one. So let's say, for an example, I'm going to add a new forest. New forest means new complete domain. So let's say for, okay, so suppose, sorry, this domain is there. Now you must be thinking how I'm writing this domain here, root domain name. So this domain name, I need to ensure I'm using this UPN or the domain name, same domain name, which I have already mapped to my Active Directory. Otherwise, what will happen? It will take any, the default domain, which is here, okay? So if you had seen, I've already mapped my domain, right? Where's my custom domain map? This one. So in my case, this two domain is there. One is default one. This one I have already purchased. This is this domain I have taken. I have purchased that one. So I own this domain. Okay. Now I will go here. Now if you see, I'm mentioning the root domain name as this one, right? And then next. Perfect. Just enter the credentials. Let's say, for example, abc@2020. Here also abc@2020. Done. Next. Next. So here BIOS, what login I want to set. So like your domain slash username, you must have seen, right? Whenever whenever you enter your username and the password on your local machine, it asks you your user, domain slash user, right? So this is your domain. So let's say, for an example, in my case, the domain is cloud, the short name cloud slash my username will be there. Okay, done. Next, next. So this is how you can create a domain controller. Okay, now this is my domain controller, or this is you can say Active Directory domain service. Perfect. So once this is getting done, then we just need to download AD Connect. AD Connect and create a users and migrate them. So did everyone follow and understood so far so good? Yes, like that. Corp/username. Correct. Chanda. Anyone here who is finding it tough to understand? I'm just showing you like how your on-premises domain controller, like your Active Directory, on-premises Active Directory is there, and how you can perform that migration of the users from the on-premises Active Directory to Azure AD. Okay. Kishore is saying like tough to understand. We don't need to have same domain name, right, for the migration of the user. Yes, you don't need that one. You just need to ensure tough non-IT will try to practice. Salman Khan. Oh my God, you are from civil engineer. You are a civil engineer, right, Salman? Electrical. Okay. I'm civil. Prasant is from civil. So for you guys, you are fast enough. Fast enough. Is it too fast, guys? Am I going very fast? Yeah. Heads up, guys. Uh, Migration part was a bit fast. It's fine, just fine. Yeah, guys. Migration actually it's a time taking, right? So someone asked me to demonstrate, so I'm just trying to quickly show you. It was not something into my list that I should do that, but I'm just trying to give you a quick because these topics are very important as well. Right? So I'm trying to give you more of the hands-on kind of thing. Let's see. Can't comment much, guys. Let's see. So those who are very new and they are learning for the first time, right? Yeah, try to ask the topic-wise question, guys. Yeah, definitely. Like, if you ask the questions, means I will go and answer it, but definitely, like, it will puzzle other. So someone asked about the ADFS, then I go on and explain that ADFS. So that doesn't make sense because we were not talking anything about the ADFS. So that question was really irrelevant. Yes, Pankaj. Thank you very much. And that's I really appreciate if you all guys can ask the questions. Yeah, like once I done with the topic, then it's better, right? Hmm. Okay. Anyhow, don't worry, guys. Like if we unable to perform, I felt basics need to be explained a bit more. I mean to say when you think of us like no. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Sam, I understand. Okay. Anyhow, guys, so let's do it in this way, guys. Let's not get confused with this migration, guys. Okay, I will show you tomorrow. Okay, so once you all have some hands-on and understood everything, then I'll show you back. Okay, so I'm not going and discussing about the migrations anymore. Let's stop it here. Okay, because that's a little bit advanced topic. So. So any questions anyone have in terms of this Active Directory? Like, did everyone followed and understood Active Directory? Any specific question have in terms of Azure Active Directory? Okay. So in Azure Active Directory, I'm just going to give you a quick demo of how you can create a app registration. Okay. Can you please tell us the difference in between the basic P1 and P2? I think I have already shared you the URL, guys. You can go and read it, Suraj. So because that's a technical differences there. I've already shared the URL where you will find all sort of the feature differences. Like P2 is having a PIM, P1 is having all sort of other basic plus like conditional access. Everything is there. Different directory like B2B, B2C use cases. Okay. So Sekhar is asking about B2B, B2C. So B2B, I told you, like if I want to invite one users, let's say abc.com want to invite xyz.com. That's a B2B, business to business. B2C means, so if I want, that's a concept only, okay? So if I want, suppose I want to let other users, suppose someone is using a Gmail, Facebook, I want them that they should able to log in using that Gmail, Facebook only, then that approach is called as a B2C. So this is the URL is there for B2C and B2B. So there is a directory option. You can create B2C Azure AD. So directory, as I told you, it's a complete separate workspace. Okay, so if you see this, the customers and the business is there. If I want customers should able to log in to these applications using their social media's accounts, that's called as a B2C. That complete setup or that complete method is called as B2C. Okay. Azure AD. If you're talking about the Azure AD, yes, you can. You can move in between that. You can move in between that. Okay, I need to talk a little bit about this app registration, guys. So let me quickly create one app registrations for all of you here. Okay. So how to create a new app registrations? You can create it in this way. Suppose I'm creating app registrations. Let's say, for example, I want for PowerCell SPN. Just go ahead and create it in this way. Done. Now you have these options. If you want to associate your Microsoft account, you can use personal Microsoft account only, or you have these options like single tenant, multi-tenant, right, or your personal accounts. So if I use this multi-tenant, that means it will be globally, like it will be with my account. So if I log in with this account and if I go to any of my tenant, I would able to see that one. So let's go and try to see this. So I'm creating this PowerCell SPN. Multi-tenant is the option I'm selecting. I will register it. Now what I'm going to do is, so this SPN I created, correct? So this is having this tenant ID, object ID, client ID. You see this? These all things got assigned. Now I'll quickly do what? I will create a certificate, certificate or secrets. Now why I need this? I want to assign some username and the password to this SPN so that I can use this SPN for anything, right? For, let's say, I want to connect to this, I want to do some changes into Microsoft Azure, I can do that. So what I'm going to do is I will use PowerShell. So I'm just going to open my PowerShell and I will use this SPN to connect to my PowerShell, connect to my Microsoft Azure. So far so good. Like, are you guys understanding what is app registration? What is the use of this app registration? Why we are creating this app registration? Okay. So I created this app registrations. Now I'll create a secret here. So let's go and generate the secret. I will say, let's say password. Okay, done. Never expire. Let's say I will create it. It's up to us. We can set it for 1 year, 3 years, or never. So this value, what you see, you need to copy it at that time itself, guys. If you will not copy this right now, it will not be available to you later. So you just need to copy it right now. Just copy this one. Okay, paste it. It should be with you. If it is not there with you, it's gone. It's gone. Like it's gone means if I refresh this, I will no longer will able to see that here. This value will not be available for me. Means once you refresh this page, it will not be available to you. Okay. I created that app registrations. Now the app registration or service principal need to have an access. So suppose I want to get some access. Let's go to the RBAC. Let's go to subscription or let's go to resource group. I want to give an access. Okay. Just simple, like it's a small topic, so I'm just covering it, guys. Just give me one minute. Okay. It's already, is it like a REST API? No, it's not. No, it's not. You don't require a Microsoft account. You can invite to anyone. Send your Gmail ID. Additional AD in safe subscription. Yes, you can. Bhaskar, just give me 2 minutes, 2-3 minutes, not more than that. I will not take much time. Okay, don't worry. Sorry, guys, please. Okay. So I just created this app registrations for you. So what is the SPN name? It was PowerShell, PowerShell SPN, the one which I created on this one, right? So this this one which I created. Okay, so I will take this client ID, copy this one, come down here, go to subscription, go to subscriptions, go to access control, add role assignment here, and then add a role. Which role I want to give? Suppose I want to give contributor. given access. Done. Uh, PowerShell, SPN. Whatever SPN name with the PowerShell, that's given access. Done. This is how you can assign the role, guys. Is it clear now? Now this SPN have an access of my subscriptions. Now if I want to log in using my SPN, I can log in. What is the way of login? Just Google it. Now my SPN can do everything. Everything which what I want to do, right? I can do that one. Whatever role I have given to that SPN, I can use that SPN and I can perform activity in Microsoft Azure. So simply how to log in to Azure using PowerShell, using SPN. Just search in this way. Done. Okay. Here we go. Service principal. This is the command is there. Get that command. This one. This is how. Copy it. Go to your ISC to view, script panel, paste it. Paste this script, right? And then you just need to define change your properties, like whatever properties you have, right? So you just change that one and then you can connect to it. Using this one, remove credential, this one, connect tenant ID, get credential. So this is how you can use the PowerShell. Okay, using a password, if I want to use, I can use the password. Service principal, credentials, provide that credentials, copy this one. You can use in this way also. Okay, so I can use get credential, credentials, connect, and then the credential and the tenant ID. What is my tenant ID? I can take that one. So where I can find my tenant ID? My tenant ID is here. Go to Active Directory, go to Properties, and then you see this tenant ID. Copy this one, and then go to your PowerShell, paste this one. Perfect. So this one you can run, then it will prompt you for the username and the password. You can enter your username and the password. So what's my username? Username is my tenant ID, sorry, client ID. Okay. So just go and take this, go and take this one, go here, paste your this. What is your password? Password is this one, paste it. Cool. If this will not work, no problem. We can see that one later on, like how we can pass it during the runtime itself. But this is how you can use. I'm lost too. Hoping it helped to learn this better. I think we'll have to cover this topic again tomorrow, Deepali. What are you doing? Not able to follow. Okay, anyhow, guys, don't worry. Okay. Wow, the privilege to live in US. Okay. Don't worry, guys. We will cover this again. Okay. So if you see I able to log in, that's what I was trying to show you. But I don't know where you lost what you didn't able to follow. So, but no problem. So can I request all of you before coming tomorrow, can you guys do some study or do some do some homework on this Azure Active Directory? Okay, and if you want to do the lab, guys, this is the lab is there. So please spend some time, I will say. Okay, try to read it. Don't try to perform this lab. Just try to read it, how the questions are coming. Okay, and what is your understanding? What you are understanding from that questions? Try to understand it here. So here you see lots of the labs are there, correct? So I already shown you a demo of this lab. Suppose you see this, you remember managed subscription, RBAC and all. This one I have shown you. Okay, so try this one, read it. Open this one, read this, try to understand the concept behind it. How is it, right? So you see this. So this I have already shown you the demo. This one also I have already shown you this demo. So lab one, this also I have shown you, like how you can create a group. You see this, guest users. So this task is there. So please try to follow this lab number 1 and 2. Okay, check what is your learning, what you have understood from this 2 lab. Read this. No need to do lab, but just read that one. Cool. So that's all I have, guys, for you. Yeah, you don't have access to the AD. That's why I'm saying, guys, you just read this labs. You don't have any access to the AD. That's why I'm saying, guys, read this lab. You won't able to perform this lab. That's why I have demonstrated these labs for you. So you must have understood and got the concept of it, right? And you would able to implement it later on. Like if you have your own subscriptions or account, then definitely you should able to do this. Okay, great. Any other burning questions anyone have? And rest about the migrations, don't worry, guys. We will, I'll show you tomorrow. So for that one, please read that Active Directory, understand what is that Active Directory, how is it, how it work and all. Syed, is this topic is ever in the self-learning test? Chandan, please don't try anything on your organization subscriptions, okay? Until unless you are expert, please don't do that anything. No. Azure IAM is very easy as compared to AWS and other. Okay, Chandan, if it's given for practice, please go ahead. No problem then. Okay, guys. So, are we good to close it here then? Yes, same time tomorrow. We are going to start, and those who are very new, because see, the expectation will be from this training. My expectation will be at least you should have some basic knowledge. Tomorrow we will continue with the AD. AD we will finish. Okay. See you all then. Take care of yourself. Bye, guys.